Hey, hi everyone. Good morning and welcome to our live show. Hope everyone is doing great, guys. Happy Monday morning. Hope you had good weekend. Welcome all. Gaurav, Thanu, Rob the Scalper, Advisor, Saeed, Blaze. Welcome all. Thanks for joining us. So ES is fine today. It's Nasdaq and especially Nvidia, which is on the move. Nvidia has a big swing going on. It has earnings this week. It was up 2% in the pre-market. Now it is at one point it was down 2%. So 4% swing in Nvidia from top to bottom. It is causing volatility, and of course the yields are on the rise since last Thursday evening when the sell-off began. VIX up 0.87% right now, not going that crazy. Jane, good morning, welcome. Satish, BJ, Mr. Goldfire, sorry, Mrs. Goldfire, BB, LCE, welcome. Brian, welcome. Thanks for joining.
Fed bids for 6-month bills total $4.6 billion. Fed bids for 3-month bills total $5.4 billion.
I still have, but yeah, okay, much better as compared to last week. Thanks for asking. Welcome. That ad would have been bad. On this green, I added 3 more micros. That was a bad.
At 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time, we have the US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions. 6-month prior high yield 3.615%, prior bid together 2.91, 3-month prior high yield 3.61%, bid together 2.86. The US Treasury will extend lapse sanctions waiver on Russian seaborne oil for another 30 days, according to a source familiar with the plan.
Yeah, new low seems to be coming in the Nasdaq. But ES has kept me in the long. ES is not ready to sell. Nasdaq may want to help out ES.
A reminder in 5 minute time, we have the US 6-month and 3-month bid auction, prior high yield 3.615%, prior bid to cover 2.91, 3-month prior high yield 3.61%, prior bid to cover 2.86. Short expecting the US 6-month and 3-month bill auctions.
Yeah, I'll take the loss. I'll let it go, and we know where it is headed. If that number is hit, shorting will be risky here because if it reverses, temporarily it can go up. So I'll take a loss here, clearly headed low.
Stop filled.
Three-month high yield, 3.6%, 3.6%, bid to cover, 3.17, 3.17. The US selling 89 billion and awarding 12.47% of bids are high.
Okay,
6-month high yield, 3.615%, 3.615%, bid to cover, 3.07, 3.07. The US selling 77 billion and awarding 37.69% of bids are high.
Stop filled.
Yeah, Toby, don't put that comment, okay? It's a bit irritating. It's nonsense, and you will not be able to justify if I start debating with you on that oil thing. You have done it like 6-7 times. It's again complete nonsense. So you are saying that Nasdaq rallied like 30% from 31st of March until 14th of May. So entire April month we rallied into May 30%. So during that time, oil was completely flat. So don't do that. Don't I think this explanation is enough. Okay, so it's completely nonsense. War is happening right now. It moved little bit up, completely sideways for last 1.5 month. How can it be? It's all about oil. Like, you come and put that nonsense comment every day. It's all about oil. Like, for last 1.5 month we rallied 30%. It falls in the same stupid category where people were coming and saying galley batch will make the market go down. Iran will China ship will pass through Hormuz and that's why it will fall down. There is a double top here, there is a Fibonacci here. Don't do that. It just, you lose your credibility. You have been doing that for 1 month. It's all about oil. For 1 month, oil is completely flat. It's completely nonsense. Like, completely flat oil, $100 per barrel. Yes, it's going to impact inflation. Inflation is high, the yields are going to be higher. With oil being up $100 per barrel for last 1.5 month, we still managed to rally 30%. So yeah, don't do that. You lose credibility. This guy is also in the same category. Last warning, guys. Don't do that. Just go and sit in your oil stream or whatever SOXL streams if you want. We had people calling short for last 1.5 month and they are gone. Don't lose your credibility, guys. Doing nonsense things. Yeah, one day one could be down, one could be up. Oil started to move today because of the Iran war. For months and years it has been here. What are you talking about? Like, then you don't trade between year 2022 and year let's say 24. 2 years I don't trade because it's not about oil. Nonsense. I try to ignore it, but it's a NPL level. Like, bullshit. Like, we have NPL level, it's bouncing. I told you, right? ES is not looking to make a new low. Whatever. ES is not looking to sell off. It has NPL level. Nasdaq does have a lot of weakness. It's because of Nvidia. I told you, right? Nvidia was up 2%. It went down 2%. It had a 4% swing. Heavy reliance on the Nvidia. Yeah, then why don't they just go and follow them, right? Their favorite, whatever, short collar, on the X or the all about oil. They fucking, they come and sit here then at the end. Entire day I have to entertain them and hear their bullshit. So Nvidia has earnings this week. It is supposed to move big, 9% up or 9% down. It was up 2% in the pre-market. Now it was down 2%. So 4% swing in one session. Too much. Nvidia is a $6 trillion product. Fucking, like, people like idiot coming oil. Oil, it is in that, not even a back pocket. Fucking, in the ankles pocket of Nvidia. Nvidia was $6 trillion last week. From $6 trillion, it went back to $542 trillion. So it sold off $600 billion. Do you understand, guys? $600 billion. So people, those who are commenting on that X, why don't you go and tell them that Nvidia just shedded $600 billion. Put in 2-3 AMDs in it. Yeah, at least one AMD. AMD is now $600 billion. So at least one AMD was gone in last 3 days in Nvidia. No idea, guys. No idea how the market composition is there. Just because someone comments something on the Twitter or X, they follow them and then they come and try to preach here. Same thing. They won't stand. They won't be able to stand the debate. I'm telling you. From $6 trillion, Nvidia went to 5.4. So it just lost $600 billion in last 2-3 sessions. I don't know, guys. How you plan to become lifetime pro trader without having your own opinion or doing the ground level analysis yourself. Just believing some Twitter feeds, some fucking crazy influencers, and then start predicting even the news, right? Because of galley badge, because of the ship going through Hormuz, yeah. What is socks? Yeah, obviously it will be some derived product. What the fuck is socks? Some semiconductor index, right? What is it? Yeah, semiconductor index. So who owns semiconductor? Who is stocks is a bitch of Nvidia. Take that. Man, go, man. At least for today, take a break. Again, stocks is consolidating. Fucking Nvidia owns stocks. Semiconductor index, Nvidia owns semiconductor. Put all the semiconductor companies in one side and put Nvidia on another side. They will still not outweigh Nvidia. So I'm telling you, when it is about Nvidia, it dropped 4% suddenly. Stop debating. Stocks was up. Stocks was up. So once Nvidia reports earning, let's say Wednesday Nvidia reports earning, it flies high. What will all semiconductors will do? They will go against Nvidia. Back in a minute. So listen guys, what you don't understand is, and this guy is also king signal provider. So guys, listen, okay. If oil was the reason, yeah, I mean, we all know oil, goes up, right? Oil goes up, right? Oil is used in everything, transportation, manufacturing, and everything, right? Oil prices are high. All the, whatever, industrialization, manufacturing gets affected, transportation gets affected, inflation is high. When inflation is high, right? So when inflation is high, Fed cannot cut the rate. In fact, they might even raise rate. Okay, rate might go up to control the inflation, bring it down. So yeah, when the rate goes up, market could go down. But if that is the logic here, that logic is known to us since March, since the war, right? 26th of March, we know that logic, right? Oil is up here since then. All of a sudden, when we are here, like now, all those factors are coming into play. What people don't understand, as I mentioned, right, who get influenced and brainwashed by their fucking influencers on the live stream and whatever, like whoever is preaching on the X platform, just map it, okay? Just map it here. Nvidia, I'll map Nvidia here. Look here. Here, 26th of March, all these things, all these factors were not a reason. You put even your fucking SOX here. The semiconductor or whatever is not, is consolidating or. So here Nvidia is flat. This doesn't impact anything on the market. It starts to rally. Nvidia goes from 4 trillion here into $6 trillion. 4 trillion to 6 trillion. Meanwhile, oil is completely flat, right? And the markets are rallying. Markets are like, booming here. You look at that. Nasdaq is booming towards the upside. And now here, Nvidia sells off from 6.6 trillion to 5.42 trillion, right? There's a pullback going on. So it just lost like $600 billion on that sell on Nvidia. Oil is still flat and it is creating that kind of a volatility in the market. And you come and tell me oil is always oil is the reason. For 1.5 months, what the fuck then oil is doing? Why it is not impacting the volatility? Why the market keeps going up? I'll even map it here, Nasdaq, if you want. SOXL, all this company add them up, they would still not add and surpass Nvidia 6 trillion. If you're telling that semiconductor which has AMD $600 billion, the biggest composition of SOX, AMD $600 billion, Nvidia just gave back $600 billion in 3 sessions now. From 6 trillion it went to 5.4 trillion. So $600 billion, one AMD just gone like that in a pullback. So you're telling me that AMD and all these things are impacting the market? Guys, just keep quiet. If you listen something from someone on the internet, just don't come and puke here in the chat. Even Toby, if you're listening, for last fucking 6 weeks you are like fucking coming and telling oil, it's always about oil. What about oil, man? Like 1.5 month oil is flat and market did whatever market took oil for a ride, like map here, Nasdaq here. Tolerate, I say, like it's okay, they are viewers, and why take it, like over and over, and I literally ignored your comment for like last 3 weeks now. So look at this, here you see this, maybe I can go to 1 year time frame. Look at this. If it is all about oil, do you have any like justification? Your oil is like up $100 per barrel for last 1.5 month, and Nasdaq managed to rally 30%. Nvidia went from 4 trillion to $6 trillion. How did it happen? And one day Nvidia goes from 6 trillion to 5.4 trillion. Yeah, there must be some headline. Nvidia hits 6 trillion. Do you even understand, guys? 6 trillion. It is like third largest GDP of the world. Nvidia. So you see here, Globe and the Mail. Nvidia just surpassed silver as the world second largest asset. 6 trillion. It was 5.7 trillion, and after this headline came on May 15, I think briefly we went above $6 trillion. nonsense, guys. No logic, nothing. Like oil is there. This all worries of oil, inflation, rate going high, all the semiconductor. Even put SOX also in the mix. Your SOX. Look at the composition of SOX, Philadelphia semiconductor sector, right? AMD, the top composition of SOX. AMD is worth $688 billion. Nvidia just gave back $600 billion in 2 sessions, just for fun. And you're telling me this Allergo microsystem, Amcor technology, analog device, applied material, ASML. Man, this is not even like a lunch break thing for Nvidia. Nothing can match up. You all combined cannot match up with Nvidia. Come on, ask. Okay, if you don't know why it is selling, what is going on, I'll tell you. Today, Nvidia went from being up 2% to down 2%. That's what happened. It was up 2% in the pre-market. From being up 2%, it went down like 2%. So 4.5% move on a $6 trillion product. Do you even understand, guys, what you are trading? It is looking to fill the gap. Okay, so we know there is a bearishness in this market until this gap fill is done. So one product does the gap fill, like it is just farting. Someday you don't have a good digestion, you fart, okay, or you burp. And they all start their theory, oil this, SOXL that. Go and compare SOXL market cap versus Nvidia. Nvidia is just doing one gap fill, right? From one session it has a gap. It is just going to do that gap fill. From here to here, right? It went from $4 trillion to $6 trillion. This much move is enough. 9% move, it turned $6 trillion. And now it is just coming back to fill that gap here. It just had a little bit of as I mentioned, right, a little bit of small food poisoning. Get some yeah, I mean, we were watching it in the pre-market. Nvidia was up 2%. Yeah, it went down 2%. It created that kind of a panic. Yeah, if yields were going up, if you are telling me, yeah, I know where 30-year yield is, where 10-year yield is, I know everything. I know 10-year yields, your mortgage rates, you can see that they are rising. They are rising here. If they were rising because of the crude oil, and these interest rates and high inflation is now the worry, right? That worry could have come here in March itself, right? When the oil was $100 first time. Here. Oil went here on 26 March itself, across $100 per barrel. So why all of a sudden yields are getting awakening call here that we have to rise? These worries were all, it's a common sense. What happened in between is this. Nvidia went from 4 trillion to 6 trillion and now from 6 trillion it is back to 5.4 trillion. Maybe it comes back to 5 trillion. Do you understand, like 1 trillion money going out of the markets? And with implied the thing is, if I tell you the implied volatility of Nvidia, it's not even $6 trillion. It is easily $8-9 trillion product. With the implied volatility, Nvidia is more dangerous, like any of the given product like Apple or Microsoft. Do you even realize like the amount of volume it does? Compare that volume on Nvidia, 71 million contract. We are just talking about the cash. We are not even going into the options volume. Compare that with Apple, 12 trillion, Microsoft, 12 trillion. It is easily like 4 times more dangerous than those products like Apple and Microsoft because of its implied volatility. The way it moves, the way it can swing, the way it can drain the money out of the market so quickly. It is 4 times, 3 times more dangerous than Microsoft and Apple. Yeah, Nvidia filling the gap or whatever. Nvidia has earnings, right? It has big swing, guys. This is week where it is going to be huge risk in the market. So understand, guys, this is no volatile week. Nvidia is expected to move 9% up or 9% down this week by Thursday morning. Oil, man.
So
come back on Friday, okay?
Starmer rival Burnham
or come back on Thursday morning.
Change to UK fiscal rules.
And then tell me, even if oil reaches $150 per barrel, I promise you, if Nvidia is up 8-9%, nobody can stop this market from flying. This week Nvidia is expected to move 9%, guys, because of the earnings. It has a huge implied volatility and a huge move. Look at that move, guys. in this move itself, people started giving theory like in 4% move. Imagine, this thing is up like this much. Let's say 6%. It is normal. It can go back to test this previous high, right? It can be up 6%. After the earning, it drops into the lower edge of the expected move, which is already priced in. Like 15% move in one day. And again, you will come and debate with me. It is all because of the oil or SOX. SOX, I told you, right? Nvidia, this Nvidia says you are my bitch. Combine all this company. I promise you,
Gilt
combine all this
extend
company
gains
in
after
SOX.
Burnham's statement on UK fiscal rules.
It cannot even move a needle in front of Nvidia. It's simple, guys. Simple logic. Just break down the index you are trading. What is inside it is, what is moving that index. And if you are so hooked with the oil, go fucking trade oil. Same applies to you. If you are so hooked with Nvidia, why don't you trade Nvidia? Oil, you have futures. Nvidia doesn't have future. Okay, in my defense. Yeah, oil futures. Go trade oil futures. Nvidia does have future and it is called NQ. Yeah, it holds NQ hostage. If Nvidia is down and Nasdaq is paralyzed, you are absolutely right. So at least we are doing justice to our, whatever belief system we have, what to watch, what to track, what to read. If you are so hooked to oil, go trade oil. If you are so hooked to Gallibach, go sit in his lap.
The UK pound rises to a day's high versus the dollar after Burnham's statement. No, daily levels. I only give the weekly levels of
big tech. So they are Friday's level. They are not daily levels. So I don't know what is your question. Daily levels of big caps, like if you can extract it yourself, yes. There are zero DTs in some of the products. Some of the products like Microsoft, Apple, Nvidia does have Monday, Tuesday expiration, but I only provide Friday expiration. For me, weekly is enough because the volume is much higher in the weeklies, and that is enough for me to track the high volume weekly or Friday expirations.
Stop filled.
Bit frustrating. I might flip this to a short, okay? Because there is a reason Nasdaq can still come down another 50 plus points easily. But shorts need to be timed perfectly. The moment I short, it might rip back up and then come back down. And once your timing is out of sync in this volatility, you'll always get it wrong. Might be ready to short, guys. If we fail here, I might short this. But if we break, then yeah, VWAP coming. Oh.
Stop filled.
breakouts are risky, guys. Breakouts are very risky. If you miss, they will bring all the way into new low. Trade at your risk. Very risky pattern to go long in a downtrending market. In a downtrending market, to get a breakout, not an easy thing. Take profit trader is the best right now. Lucid has 50% off, guys, but only 2 per trader. You can pick up 2 account for 40% off, and then it goes to, sorry, for 50% off, and then it is 40% off afterwards. So far looks like a fake break. That could also be a trap for the short. We'll see. No, let's stop and re-enter if needed. Do you want to? It's coming down.
Stop filled.
Seeing from a CNBC reporter on X, citing a US official who's telling this reporter that the Iranian state media report that the US has agreed to lift oil sanctions while talks are ongoing is false.
It's either not doing a reversal nor selling off into a new low. This is frustrating. This back and forth price action is not easy to trade.
The Nasdaq 100 index extends drop to 1%.
Stop filled.
Still not a good low. ES is always a problem, man. ES is not selling, not making a new low. It's creating a lot of confusion, and Nasdaq keeps bouncing in between. It keeps bouncing in between. There it comes for a new low.
Stop filled.
So the earlier headline we got out from the CNBC reporter is getting wider attention on the news wires now, as again the US denies reports that it agreed to lift Iran oil sanctions.
Since it's hit the main wires, so seeing a bit of strength in oil prices, bit of weakness, or at least a leg down in the US indexes.
Mr. Yes, why are you creating confusion? Come on, man, 3 more points. You want to know reason why? People, are you ready? Can you handle it? It's our masters and to the penny reversal. Look at that. It's our masters. Morning sell-off was also from our masters. Bring it on. Nasdaq could be selling 300 points. I'll still reverse it on a dime, on a penny like that. On a dime. Then why did we take fucking ES? ES is the problem. ES masters level came before, so I had to jump into the long before. ES always creates the confusion for us. ES with its masters level came before, so we had to go for it. It doesn't work like that, right? We have to commit. But it was Nasdaq and it waited for its masters, and look at that, guys. It is selling off. You know the intensity. You felt the fear. If you are long, you felt the fear yourself in your hearts. How crazy it was, the sell off. And it still reversed on the dime, on the penny. And you come and tell me on my stream it's all because of the oil. Guys, it is like a big disrespect. Like what we do here. It's okay. There is obviously there is always small nuances, like I showed you, right? I had to jump into the long before because we have ES. What if ES masters reverses? But we know Nasdaq's order flow is crazy. Nasdaq's order flow can really hammer it down any ES level which might come in between. दुनिया जाए तेल लेने. Yeah, I mean, absolutely, guys, So you understand, guys, why people pay me for these levels, why they pay me. You saw the intensity of that drop. We had 239 point non-stop drop in the Nasdaq, and it reverses on the dime because of our masters. And the reason I took that trade little bit early, because ES masters level was ahead of us, and ES was not making a new low. ES kept denying a new low to the market. So we thought maybe if it is not making new low, finally it came down, it might be the masters. And obviously I still don't have state of the art tools and technology to track everything in the real time, and within that blink of decision making, Nasdaq can do its thing. So either I can, as of now, when I don't have those high quality tools, high quality tracking of all things I want to track, I should trade little smaller size. But then when I have sometimes point to prove, I take risk. I have to also do some showmanship, right? The guy was down, the guy traded brilliantly, came back to green. Little bit of showmanship also plays into equation of sizing. If I traded couple of micro, 4 micros, we have easily navigated this, whatever. Fluctuation in the Nasdaq. Robert, are you around? Do you still no, it was not oil, right? It was masters. It was fucking masters on the Nasdaq. How do you like our masters, Robert? And remember, right, when it is normal volatility, when all your Bollinger Bands and when your Fibonacci's and MACD at the bottom and something at the top, those moving averages up and crossover, they are all fine. When this kind of a shit hits the fan, only this comes to rescue. You save those kind of levels, those kind of trade for those kind of things. That one instance you don't want, fucking don't lose that level. Don't lose that level, else my account will be broken today. It doesn't disappoint you. It holds. It holds every single time. I have been in many such situations. Fucking I am at the verge of blowing my account. Don't you lose that level today. Just one more time. You have given me so many times such kind of huge wins. At least today, don't disappoint me. It never disappoints. It never disappoints. Each single time it works. Absolutely mind-blowing. That's why I told you, right? I never saw people leaving masters. Whoever becomes masters, they never leave masters. They know the value. They know once in a while it is fine, there could be a sudden news surprise. But if you kept that fucking news channel off, or in this case it is not off, but in the sense like they're not speaking news. If they don't manipulate, it holds. If they come with another like Iran news here from Axios, then yes, it would have broken, no doubt. For brief moment, all I want, just keep your mouth shut for 5 minutes here. Just for 5 minutes. Give me 5 minutes of quietness in the news, and I will reverse the market. I'll reverse the market from my masters. So reason we are at pause. What is the reason? Because we have a new paradigm there. Look at that. That's our new paradigm level. We could still again come back down, second bottom. So that's why I'm trailing tight here. But if we break that new paradigm, we fly again high. I told you, right, we have a level there. So Could we still come down? Yeah, we could still come down, because look at that. Because of masters, even Nvidia bounced, and Nvidia still has that goal of gap fill, which is still there. This gap still remains open on Nvidia. May try to fill it before the earnings or with the earnings. Oh, guess what? Even the gap was filled, guys. Even the gap was filled on Nvidia with that masters level. Look at the timing, guys. Look at the timing of the gap fill on Nvidia. We are looking at that gap, right, on Nvidia. The gap fill coincided with the masters. How thick is that? Masters on Nasdaq and the gap fill, which means it's the bottom is the low in. Yeah, I mean, I showed you, right? We have a level there, new paradigm. We crack above it. Yeah, obviously the low might be in, but we have to clear that level. We haven't cleared that level, so we could still come down. And if it is all about oil, what is oil doing now? Toby, what is your oil doing right now? Tell me. It has not even moved up or down. It has completely been flat. Why it is not selling off, or why it is not further rallying? If there were more new lows in the Nasdaq.
Dell now has 5,000 clients for AI servers in the first quarter.
These are like generic, like
Nvidia
the sun
chips.
is hot,
So
there is a
again,
global
Dell now
warming.
having 5,000 clients for AI servers with Nvidia chips.
So when people come and give this
That's an
kind of
additional
logic,
1,000 clients.
it is like in general, it's a global warming out there. The world is not safe these days. Kids these days, they don't listen at all. It's all because of oil, SOXL. Fucking all the semiconductor combined cannot bring a dent in the Nvidia if it decides to sell. Entire market can be all the semiconductors can be in the strong green. If Nvidia is in a deep red, and still market will sell off. Every day there is a different motivation, guys. Coming with that kind of stupendous one fixed logic every day. It is like in general, I tell you, right? Old people these days, because of the global warming, very difficult. These days, they are not like us. It's specific, okay? If it is all about oil, why oil is not selling off, or why there is no movement in the oil while Nasdaq continue to make a new low? Why oil is completely flat? Who will buy that logic, man? It's been flat for like months now. It's been flat for 3 months, oil, while Nasdaq rallied like 30%. If it is all about oil, while oil was flat for 3 months, why did Nasdaq rally 30%? It will do its thing. Everything will have a little bit of influence here and there, but it is not the one and only one cause. In today's market, talk a relevant thing. Today's market, we had a masters, we had a gap fill on Nvidia, we got the masters on Nasdaq, we got the gap fill in Nvidia. Now it is more of a technicalities. If they really want to stop those longs who got this beautiful long entry, they didn't take the profit, they might still come down to make a double bottom or flush them for a new low, and then maybe some more news needed from Axios. And no confirmed sources, guys. These are like just some reporters or something, or someone who has a stake, they leak a fake news to this Axios portal or whoever. I never heard of this Axios before. Like, especially with the Iran conflict, they have somehow specific vested interest in the Middle East. I mean, they pump the news, right? They know where they want to go, and they time the news. They time the news accordingly so that the goal is achieved. Because those worries are out there in the open for so many days. Like even the child, even if I explain my 11-year daughter, like, look, girl, when the oil is high, right? All entire world moves on the oil, right? All the transportation happens on the oil, right? All the factories, they run on oil, okay? All the industrial productions, manufacturing, they happen because the machines need to work. Machine requires some kind of a fuel or oil, right? So machine, factories, manufacturing, entire world can come to stop or stand still if if the oil prices are significantly high, right? They may not be able to afford to sell their products or services. People will make less profit. Their bottom line will impact. Yeah, so that is there since last 3.5 months. So today's market, today, what is the reason? Tell me one pinpoint reason, specific point of a drop, specific point of a reversal. What was the one point of reversal, one point of drop? It is Nvidia. It is up like 2.5% in the pre-market. $6 trillion product, sells off to go fill the gap, right? The way they do it is frustrating. In between they bounce because there are these levels in the ES Nasdaq, and finally they get the gap fill. They get that masters level in Nasdaq. Yeah, so talk about what is SOXL doing now. SOX semiconductor. Yeah, take that. I told you, right? SOX is Nvidia's bitch. Furry dude, look at your SOX. It's not even bouncing. It's right dead there at the lows. While Nasdaq, you can see, right, already much stronger bounce here in the Nasdaq. I'm telling you, if you clear this new paradigm level, you are flying. If you clear this new paradigm level, you are flying another easily 100 points plus. I listen, guys. I listen for 2-3 days, maybe a week. I think like why I should need to emotionally react. Are they like they are not even challenging me, but plays on my mind, guys. These bullshit comments. I know from the get-go what this market is capable of. Even the top was from our masters level, guys. As if I didn't know where the market is capable of selling. The top is from our masters level. Now the bottom is coming from our master level. Here's our midpoint for any consolidation. 3 key areas, 1, 2 and 3. Do you think like I'm stupid here? People who are paying me for this level since last 3 years now. 2024 I'm selling my levels. 2025 introduced the masters level. No one has unsubscribed from masters since the day they joined. It is for this reason. It is for this reason that one instance you do not. Tell me now, what is SOX doing and what is oil doing now? Like, what is oil doing here? Nothing. It's been at $100 per barrel for last 3 months now. Crazy stuff, man. Told you, right? It will fly. Anyone, guys, wants to come and challenge me because of a SOX or crude oil now? Or is it because of that Nvidia gap fill and our masters level? 2 things you needed, and they were both timed perfectly. Bottom here at the masters level and Nvidia gap fill. And I've been calling it out since morning, guys. It was up 2%. This thing is having earnings. It is on the move. It has vested interest from the algorithms, big money. It will be used as a vehicle to bring the volatility in the market. It went for its gap fill. Guys, don't come here, guys. I told you that this is not for a trader next door. He just trades like me. I like his style. I like the way you hold. We are not here for those kind of stuff. To me, okay, I hope we are cool. Okay, don't do that, please. I mean, it is like a disrespect to me. Like, who am I? Like, I'm an idiot here, like looking for that gap fill, creating masters, staying awake whole night for creating my levels, timing the top to the penny, timing the bottom to the penny, giving this number.
So we have
not today.
confirmation from a White House official saying that Trump is going to hold the swearing-in ceremony for Fed's wash on Friday.
So remember, guys, doing it now, it's still possible. Like once the market start moving, when you are at 9:30, 10 a.m., somebody, try to identify that zone. I do it a day or 2 days in advance. And not that I have plethora of, options. Like I take, 100 shots and, 2 hits and I come and start, boasting. Like, out of 100 shots I took, 2 got hit. No, it is just like 1, 2 and 3 shots I had, all 3 nailed it. And See, right, what is called reversing on the dime? This is called reversing on the dime. Piper Jane, it's a flying elephant finally for you. We have that thing always here. One day volatility comes, one day there is a red, the chirping starts in the chat. Come on, at least let me lose one full day where it is completely proven this guy completely lost it today, could not read the market at all. Then start countering me. What happened? Yields are not rising anymore. 10-year yields. Yeah, they just have to keep it zipped for 5 to 10 minutes. And the magic can happen within that 10 minutes already. If they can just keep their mouth zipped, those news guys. Ten-year yields and 30-year yields will rise. We know it since February end when the war started. It is going to impact the yields. It is going to impact the interest rate. Oil is going to rise the inflation. Inflation will make the prices go high. High inflation will force Fed to not, do any quantitative easing. Guys, like day one thing. When you come and tell me day one thing, like who do I look like here? Giving you the perfect top, bottom, and one important number where it is headed. It is going to go and hit that number 2, because we are above that new paradigm level here. Next new paradigm and final target, the blue line.
Stub filled. Yes, I know, Avinashi, I used to do that. I'm not doing it anymore. This is just like,
It's just because of this silly trolls. we had similar incident where I said, right, between this hour it will consolidate. Somehow they took it like he's just like now he's going to predict this and that thing, like, and exactly that is what happened. Like, people are unaware, their lack of education or their lack of whatever brainwashing things they have been through. I don't want to do those kind of a complicated thing here. That's why I'm intentionally not doing it. I sensed we had not sensed. I had a clear. I mean, it also is a way. I mean, again, it's a risk to my whatever. My masters and new paradigm. If I reveal too much, that's why I'm avoiding that kind of analysis. It's a risk. If someone who could be like very experienced in the market 10, 12 years, maybe they will be able to get that idea. IP protection. But yeah, I can clearly tell you today, I had an idea. The sell-off could happen, and at what time?
To the New York Post, Trump says Iran knows what's going to be happening soon.
But yeah,
So
why
again,
to get
Trump
into that
to the
position
New York
where
Post says Iran knows what's going to be happening soon.
yeah, where there is so much of gap between the skills level, you only that's why at least maybe in the new paradigm group I can do that kind of analysis. Here on the live stream, no, there's no point in putting this much of effort when there is a huge skills gap between the viewers and what I'm trying to explain, and then not everyone is watching in a good faith.
To the New York Post, they were citing an interview with Trump. Trump to the New York Post says, I am not open to concessions for Iran.
Whenever skies look gray to me and trouble begins to brew.
Other thing is your Chevron, $382 billion market cap. ExxonMobil, $636 billion.
So for those
Nvidia is selling
interested,
off
we've
$600
posted the
billion.
article by the New York Post on the feed for those interested. Again, it's citing a New York Post interview with Trump, which has not been seen before.
Oil is thing, but it is not the thing. Okay, oil is a thing when there is a war, when there is a big event going on, when there is a geopolitics going on. Yes, it is a thing which impacts inflation. But Fed is not going to go and start raising rate left and right. They know it's a war. It is going to now have a lingering effect for 3 months, 6 months, maybe a year. That won't, that will be an opportunity for them to do something to help out the economy. It is not something like, sudden catastrophic event. It is a known man-made created event. As I mentioned, right, put your Shell $260 billion, PetroChina $330 billion, Chevron $382 billion, Exxon $636 billion. Nothing even comes, in 1 or 2 sessions, Nvidia sold off $600 billion. Combine them all, right? Even if they start losing, rallying, they don't have that kind of impact. If Nvidia sells off $600 billion, pulls out $600 billion from the market. So there's the link, guys, in case you are interested in masters. Exclamation join in the chat, or I don't know, just be here with your wrong beliefs or right beliefs, but still hang out here. I don't believe in your levels, but I still hang out here because I want to get the inputs from your trading. Then just keep quiet, get the inputs you need, and fuck off. Don't unnecessarily create a debate, where it spoils our concentration, where it deviates us from what we are already planning, what our plans are. Just to entertain you, we are not going to change our strategy. Tell me, guys, what is the other reason now? Bring it on. Anything, apart from this Nvidia gap fill, and Nvidia did like sudden 5% movement down, and apart from this masters which held to the penny, and right now the only reason we are stuck is because we have level here, and next target is this and this. That is the end of the story, and I'll hold the trade into that level as long as we don't lose that base we have, right? We have a base below. As long as we don't hit that 945 and below.
Article says an Iran deal is happening soon.
Members, they never have any question. They already bought into me and my levels. They know it. They know the value. They know, like, you can write any stories in the hindsight after the fact once the market has reversed, whereas we knew it exactly a day or 2 days ago why the market will go there and why the market will reverse from there. It's a tick chart mentioned here, right? 4096 tick charts. I don't use time, I use the tick level. Price is very important. Time, not so much. As long as we are in that session, right?
Stub filled.
Back in a minute.
Japan's Finance Minister Katayama says the volatility in oil prices is affecting the forex market and told the G7 that we need to take action to correct global imbalances.
That is absolutely fine. I agree with that comment. Why not? Oil market can impact forex market, currency market, because oil generally denominated in petro dollars is seeing a lot of volatility. Iran forcing to use yuan or other currency, Russian ruble, Russia for their oil exchange. So there is a lot of volatility in the forex or in the currency market. Equities, yeah, it can be a factor, it can be a cause for concern, but cannot be the one reason, right? Where the gap fill or where the reversals or where the market will turn around, where the market will go if the sell-off happens. Yeah, it's there. It's financial markets. Everything matters in the financial markets. But today in the price action, you don't bring those macroeconomic reason and start looking for a top or bottom. Like in general, what? That's why I was saying, right? In general, the global warming is there. So what? In general, the market is up. Yeah. So what? oil has oil has been up for last 3 months, but the market has been up 30%. So what? Don't trade the market. If if there is global warming, commit suicide. Die today itself. Why wait for global warming to kill you? You live with it. You elect the right government who is concerned about global warming. If you are so concerned about global warming, people who or the leaders who will not give fuck about global warming, then don't talk about it. People who don't care about high oil prices, then don't talk about it, right? Because it's man-made event. Global warming, man-made. Oil high prices, man-made. And this big money and algorithms, aren't they smart enough to decode that basic logic that oil is up? They are intentionally keeping it up market until a certain point when they are done, when they have met their target, when they have made and beautified their portfolios gains, and have a good report card to share with their shareholders or people who are contributing to their funds. Then they will then all the news will make sense again, because the market sell-off will justify those news.
Japan's Finance Minister Katayama says, Prime Minister Takaichi told me to consider how to finance a planned extra budget while mitigating risks. Japan's Finance Minister Katayama says the G7 is not considering coordinated action on bond sell-offs. Every country is responsible for its own market situation. Apple is poised to unveil iOS 27 at their developers conference in June. Japan's Finance Minister Katayama has no comment on whether Japan intervened in the forex market. Japan's Finance Minister Katayama does say, though, that we will address appropriately on forex as needed.
Yeah, we got to clear this zone. If we spend a lot of time here, obviously it can rotate down for that double bottom or a new low again. At masters level bounce, it could be long over. There is always some level below it also. So we'll see. I mean, ideally, I want that 745 to be broken, but my size will cause me a trouble to hold until 745. Sorry, 945. So yeah, not looking good, guys. I might turn around and sell this, but let's see. Let's see. Let the price show that weakness. Right now, it is still trying to climb, but I think it is coming down one more time. Better thing would be somehow price catches a bid, we break this, then it is no problem. But this is not a good vibe to hang out like that. In any case, I think I should take a stop here because this is going to dip into 45. I know that. Then maybe decide later.
Stop filled.
I can always re-enter if it is catching a bid. I can always re-enter that trade. Less likelihood. Going up. Are you sure? It looks like it is going up. Like in the morning, it was looking like going down, right? It reversed on our masters. So you cannot go by the looks of it. Okay, you're short, then don't hope. Don't hope it goes up. Hope it comes down. Check yes, new paradigm level. We have never crossed that new paradigm level. Yes. And Nasdaq has a retest of 45 level remaining. At least 945 retest is remaining. It will be a very patient short. It will not be an immediate sell
Nikkei
up
reports
here.
that South Korea is going to join Japan's plan for a joint oil reserve.
Now the volume is gone. There is no volume in the market. It's low. Generally, to get sell off, you have to be very patient. Like Friday afternoon, if you remember, right? We throughout the afternoon, I was short bias, and by the end of the day, we got the final sell off. Missed the bus in the morning for sell off. You got the reversal. That was good part. Now to get the next sell off, it is going to be very slow, patient, wait. Pricing is not good on this trade. Should be 4 micros instead of 12. There is a room for pop on the upside. Rob the scalper, great call there. We're doing the right thing, guys. In our group, we are doing all the right things. Be patient. Once in a while, if I have a losing trade, losing session, if I don't know, I feel little bit, I don't know, like, reactive, emotional. It's okay. Every trader does that. But that's the beauty, right, of our stream. In this kind of a sell-off, we can predict the reversal, and in this kind of a strength where everyone can see the breakout happening, we can predict the reversal and even a new low. So you want to be with that group, right? Trading normal price action for 10 point scalp, guys, there's no business here then for you. You can do that on your own. You enable bunch of moving averages, watch any other streamer out there, they do that. What we do here is really exceptional stuff. Remember, in the same trade I got green many times, I got red couple of times. It's not about red and green I'm doing that trade, right? It's about like this market is not going there. into VWAP. This market is coming right back down. It is that bet we are playing for. Sizing, as I told you, right? Yeah, 12 micro can make me nervous, especially when I have some drawdown in some of my accounts. I will be trading at least the right size down when you have loss. You can keep trading the same size when you have drawdown. If I had zero drawdown, yeah, I would have been very comfortable trading 10-15 micros. But if I already have a loss, size down, recover that loss slowly. Not sure if you have noticed, I have been averaging up in spite of being in the green, in spite of making profit. I have been adding more contracts. Any comments? Any comments, guys, on that reversal long and this reversal short? You like my shorts? You like that when I take a shot, that mom blind with one eye and grandmom blind with both eyes, they are also able to take that shot? they are able to stay in the short for long time like me. That's how I short the market, guys. If there is a potential of full-fledged sell-off, then yes, I am in that short. I don't tactically short for 10 points or 5 points and claim victories. You saw it on the Friday, you saw it last week Tuesday when there was a sell-off, and you are seeing it today. 3 red days. Go and check your daily charts. There were 3 specific red days in this market: last Tuesday, last Friday, and today.
So just to inform, Jensen Huang
one.
is currently speaking.
One.
He was supposed to speak at 2:30 p.m. Eastern
Two.
Time. He's just speaking a bit earlier now. We do have a video
Three.
linked within the calendar. We'll put one on the feed as well.
On all of these 3 red days, I had taken this kind of a short where you are short from like very big height and get all the way into a new session low. That kind of a short. I don't take tactical 5-10 point short. People try to troll me for that. Oh, I only see you going long. Yeah, because there were only 3 red days. On those 3 red days, I was short from the peak all the way into the new lows. That's the kind of short I do. How do you like it, guys? You are liking this short?
The video is now on the feed.
RC Courier, you know that hidden secret. What gave away? This market is going to come back for how many ticks, you knew it. What's the secret? Tell us, RDGD, what's the secret? Yes, they front ran our levels in the morning by just couple of ticks here. Just couple of ticks. And they are coming right back for those few ticks. That's the reason why we had a confidence. They are coming right back in. And that, my dear members, is a perfect trade for masters. One more time. Came from ES new paradigm level rejection. I added more, guys. I added more to the short into these lows. Because still not a perfect tag. Need a perfect tag. Perfect tag is at 3750. You need that sweet sound of target filled. See, I'm ready to add. No, guys, no. Understand, guys. I have no objection in shorting the market. You can see, right? Even in spite of this big of profit, I don't mind adding more contracts here into these lows, into this absolute new lows. A new low is already made, but no, not done yet. So you see, guys, if I listen to the chat, I would not have been able to take this reversal all the way back up. If I listen to chat, who sees this going up, I don't see it going down. That's what they said. I would not have got that shot. I cannot listen to you guys. Unfortunately, I know you like me. You might be trying to help me out
White House
sometimes.
reviews ban on
but
trading
no thanks.
through best price on stocks.
I can never listen to you.
Seeing some strength in WTI crude, strength in the dollar, a little bit of weakness in the S&P 500.
3750 is our number. TX, financial nirvana.
Target filled.
40 could be some low or something. But 3750 is our number, guys. No messing with our numbers.
Nvidia sees demand for memory outpacing capacity.
So did you enjoy that, guys? That's how I shot. So I tell you, right? 3 days. You gave me 3 days, guys. I have delivered some huge shot on all the 3 days. 3 red days in maybe last 20, 30 days. 30 days in a row, green. 3 red days, and I delivered this kind of a shot to you. Where from the absolute highs, whatever, ahead of the VWAP. I know many people are eyeing VWAP. You know why I keep the VWAP on my charts, to abuse that VWAP. I take shot in front of that VWAP. Even there is a, there was a trend line which was breaking. There was a green candle. There were 3 breaks on top of that trend line. Trend line, VWAP. Yeah, bring it on. Again, it's a master's level double bottom, guys. Now it's a master's level double bottom. So be careful. It's a master's level double bottom. That's why I paused to wait and watch what they are trying to do. Are they going to do double bottom reversal on the masters? You know the pattern, right? Double bottom at masters level can never be ignored. But let me scan through. Picture not looking good for Nvidia anymore. Picture not looking good for Google. Picture not looking good for Amazon. Picture not looking good for Meta. Nothing, guys, except for Microsoft, which is doing fine. Not a good looking market. I wouldn't fancy that double bottom as of now. Hobos, you did double dipping. You also got that long from masters. Oh, look, our loss red has almost gone back to green. Most of the reds are now in green.
Nvidia CEO Huang says it will be hard to keep up with the build-out for a decade. And furthermore, Huang says we need to make sure supply chain is prepared.
Yeah, it never fails you unless, hobos, there is a manipulation. Unless, like, those scoundrels like, Axios, Wall Street Journal, they come specifically at that level and they pump, negative news reiteratingly.
Huang says China's government has to decide how much to protect the market.
Only on those kind of situation I have seen masters get broken. If somebody big is really trying to break something in the market, and it can happen. So yeah, guys, if you cannot factor in those kind of things, if you start doubting, that's why I get very angry, guys. When people and members especially start doubting the levels, which means like you don't want to use any self intelligence, like what is happening in the market. I keep the news on in the background. I read the market for you, what is going on with Nvidia, Microsoft, big tech sectors. There's a lot of news pumping in the background, and on that day, if you don't have like
Huang says my
little
sense
bit
is
of
China will
tolerance
be more open over time.
for
and
the
I look
risk,
forward to China being a more open market.
little like here, I could have
Huang
on a
says
normal
it's up
day
to China to decide on AI chips.
gone for that double bottom, right? It's a known pattern for us that double bottom at masters can never be ignored. But on a day like today, I got a huge winner long already. I got a huge winner short. So yeah, I can let pass one trade, even though we know this is our favorite pattern, guys. The one which hobos took here, double bottom at our masters, it is a known pattern. double bottom at masters level can never be ignored. We have already documented it. It works over and over again for us. It's okay. On a day like today, I'm a little bit emotional as well, right? I had a few losing trades. I recovered from the huge loss. I can take a little bit of pause, step back, reassess, regather myself, so that I'm not like tilted. There is a tilt, right, on both sides when
And
you're
Huang
losing,
says he
but
didn't
as well as
discuss
when you're
H200 chips
winning.
with Chinese officials.
You can get tilted, right? You cannot go wrong at all, right? You don't see any downside at all in your trading.
And Huang says he was in China to support Trump during the summit.
So you can see, right, I could have had a disastrous day today. At this point, I was down one account 3,000, couple of accounts with $1,200 loss. I got this huge reversal up and a huge sell-off back into these lows. Recovered all those bunch of $1,200 losses. One which was down 3,000 plus, it's now down only $1,200. You can see, right? And plus I got this much of green. So you can see, right? What helped? What helped? Tell me what helped? These levels saved me today. And there is nothing on Monday. We are thin on the level. This is previous Friday close. This is Monday's low. There is not much in between. We are thin on level. That's one of the reasons, right? When you have lot of levels, it is good. It is good thing when you have lot of levels. Then you know exactly where it is pausing. I could have broken down that trade into a very small and good, chunk of small profits. But in spite of big range, that's where I lost and that's where I recovered and that's where I again made some more profit now. It's levels, guys. Without that, I cannot get back into the game. This is one of the reasons why, right? People who have strategies, they never trade live. Who will guarantee? What if it goes wrong? What if I look
Huang
bad?
says the AI boom is driving expansion of chip making beyond Taiwan.
I don't need to be feared, right? I don't need to be fearful of anything, right? Because I have done all the hard work. I have done all the hard work before all this drama started. Before all this drama has started in the market, right? Before all this drama has started, I have already done the hard work. I know if this is right, why should I question this one? Anyway, guys, welcome to join. Else, I don't know. My time, as I mentioned, right, will keep reducing here on the live stream. As clearly, people, wider audience have rejected me. I'm not the stuff they are interested in. Handful of people who are watching me and who are members are interested in me and my strategy. They would like to know more about me. Unfortunately, community cannot survive, right, without fuel. Right? Without fuel, all the factories, transportation, they are going to come to and stop, right? And me and my community, my YouTube time will also come to a pause if I'm not getting fuel, which is in terms of some kind of a revenue, right? So we'll see. But until I am here, I will keep demonstrating. I'll keep showing. I'll keep trading live. I'll keep showing everything which is possible. This is common thing which every trader goes through, right? Yeah, generally trades well on a day when there is a little bit of confusion out there. Yeah, you take a hit, but do you go like really into the bottom? What do you say, right? Rock bottom, or do you still have a way of recovering back up? I have one. My strategy has one. So there's the link in the chat. Watch this video to understand how membership level works. Click on that link. Just go through the video. It will when you click on that link, there is a video which will explain everything in detail, how my strategy works. So yeah, welcome to join me in my group. Once you join, become member, you get access to all the educational videos I have. My educational videos, somebody asked, how do you trade your levels? It's all explained in this video. This video 1, 2, 3 represents all my weekly level, how to trade them, how to plot them. It also shares formula how I calculate my weekly and daily levels. 1, 2, 3, 4 shows my levels, how to plot them, how to use them, how to trade them on a daily level. And this is the masters. This is where all the magic happens. The big days. Masters, we reserve it for some big occasions. No, it's okay. you cannot join, it's okay. We are in the stock market and you are in the risk business. If I was in the Mother Teresa Foundation, then yes, it would have been a different discussion. We could be talking about leprosy. We could have been talking about world hunger. We could have been talking about social services, planting trees. Unfortunately, we are in this business where we take a lot of losses. We get slaughtered in first few years of our trading. We get wiped out. There is nobody to support you when you lose money, which is your savings, maybe your education or child's education fund, maybe your, I don't know. People take severe losses in the first few years, and those who survive, I think they very much deserve to win big.
NYMEX WTI crude June futures settle at $108.66 a barrel,
It is a different conversation. There is no
up $3.24 or 3.07%.
there should not be any what you say,
NYMEX
right? You
gasoline
should not
June
feel
futures
like
settle at around
bad or
$3.76 a gallon.
for anything,
NYMEX diesel
for
June
making a lot
futures
of money,
settle at around $4.11 a gallon.
or whatever, feel bad for anything that the markets are selling
And NYMEX
off, or
natural
the market
gas June futures settle at around $3.02.
I had zero sympathy for the shorts. You know me, right? My discussion, my commentary during this cycle, right? Last 35 days, I had zero sympathy, zero empathy, and zero forgiveness for the shorts. They were supposed to be slaughtered. So yeah, and I told you, right? Those people who were coming in this stream for short, you see, 3 days market sold off, and trust us, who were long, even Robert, the perma bull here in the chat, the veteran, long. So when the market sells off, note this, okay? Note this and keep this note in your pocket. When the market sells off, all these longs, who we are, right, on those 30 days, we were also short on all those 3 red days. So what's your edge over us? What is the edge you bring to us in our live streams? When you come to our live stream to disturb us when we are long, what edge do you bring? 3 days sell off, these longs we were already selling off, and we took more beautiful shot than you could have ever taken, from the absolute high into a new session lows. I demonstrated those kind of shot on all the 3 days. Just go and watch last Friday's sell off. Just go and watch last Tuesday's pre-market and market open, because in the afternoon you can see that there is a wick. We were already rallying here, so on that day's stream you will not be able to see the shorts, because the morning session I traded with the new paradigm. But if I show you my new paradigm stream on that morning, we were all short until this wick is forming. We were already long. What is your edge? What is the edge you have on us? Like on this day when the market sells off, I'm already short in the morning, and in the afternoon when the market creates a wick, it's rallies. We even get the longs on that day. And these 2 days when the market sell off, we were already short from the highs into the absolute lows of the day. Yeah, zero fucks. No. I don't. That's why I mentioned, right? We are in a different business here. It's not a charity business, or it's not a sympathy, empathy kind of a podcast I do here. Like, this is serious. Market is made of buyers and sellers. There's no there's zero tolerance here for bullshit. No, this is, I told you, right? People generally target Robert. I have targeted you. How do you like it now? Robert could be trading for 10, 15 years. People, when they create course strategy, they try to sell to the newbies, right? Who have zero knowledge of the market. I target the experienced people. The other day, one of our most successful trader in the group, Venki, I asked him. He is doing really awesome, guys, with his payouts and all. He loves our levels. Same way, Preet. I asked them, right? I don't ask them how much money you have made in the payout. I just ask them one question. How long you have been trading? They say 14 years, 8 years, 10 years, 15 years. And that's what my audience is, guys. I target the experienced people. I don't target the newbies. Yeah, exactly. If you are not too greedy, like here, I told you, right? I was tad little bit oversized, 12 micros, because I already had losses, right? In few of my account, I had already losses. So those 12 micros were risky for me. But as soon as I got red, I reduced it to 8 micros. I got full-fledged sell-off, even though there was a VWAP. That was the risk, right? Because of those 12 micros, we could have popped into the VWAP. It's just matter of one candle. Somebody throws one big lot, we push a one big green candle, we spiral into the VWAP. So we could have run through the stop losses of all the shorts who had gathered here. Yeah, that is the reason why, right? If you can keep your greed and little bit of emotions under control, if you are, as I said, right, not too tilted, whether here people got too tilted on the short side, I was able to get long. People got too tilted here on the long side, I was able to get the short. And again here, right, if I have achieved so much, it's okay for me to take a pause. I don't see that kind of a wick forming today, unfortunately. That week I was telling you, I don't know, it can happen, it may not happen, I'm not sure yet. I will need more evidence. As of now, I don't have evidence, that's why I'm not going long. Usually you'll see me running to take those longs when I see a big reversal happening in the market. And that is one of the reasons why, right, even after hitting our target, having double bottom, I'm passing that trade. As of now, I'm not able to see huge wick on the daily form or a reversal here in the market. Yes, but only couple of accounts were in drawdown. So 12 micros was a risk for those 2 accounts or 3 accounts which were in the drawdown. Other accounts, they were already in green. So those 12 micros was not a big size for them. I trade into 5 accounts or 6 accounts. So anyway, guys, this discussion continues. As I mentioned, right, if someone is getting offended, welcome to, leave a dislike and never come back here. I can recommend you few streams, right? I can recommend you few fair value gap streams if you want. To be honest, I don't know, but just type in YouTube, ICT, concept. Go watch them. Maybe that is the best place for you to hang out. This is not a place for everyone. Yeah, Robert, that is how, good content or, those good traders, they disappear. The reason I hanged here or survived here for 2, 3, 4 years, because it is my initial years of success, just 3 years being profitable. I left my job, high paying job, 18 years of, experienced job. I don't have a lot of risk capital. So initial first few years, while I solidified, I built my strategy. First of all, I did not have a strategy. It took me good 3 years now to build and master my strategy. And now is the time, another, I don't know, couple of months, maybe a year max, where using now this strategy which I have built over 3 years. 2023 I got profitable, 24, 25 and now 26 year end. It will be at least 3 full years of building this strategy, using this strategy, perfecting the execution of this strategy, and building a lot of risk capital. Then I cannot be here, right? Convincing people. It is the opportunity. It is a good opportunity while I am still doing it live, while I'm still showing all the nuances to join, learn alongside. Else what happens? Else nothing happens. Everything is buyable, right? Everything has a price. My good old friends who are in their 40s, 50s, they know everything has a price. So even if I, end up here on 1, 2 or 3 years more, perfecting, doing more, better and best demonstration of this strategy, then the price is going to go up, guys, right? Everything has a price. But anyway, until that time, abuse me. Troll me, abuse me, whatever you want to do, I am available. I am vulnerable, I am accessible. Because after that, right? You will still be able to access me. There's nothing in the world, right? You cannot put price on. I'll buy you at that higher price. You go. I like buying higher highs, RDGD. So are we done? Are we just going to listen to your rant now? No, man. This is not easy market. I'm not generally, as I said, right, in this kind of a sell off, I would look for a reversal like I did here, right? After this kind of a sell off, we got this crazy reversal. So if we find ourselves into this low, doing double, triple bottoms, I mean, on a normal circumstances, I would lick my chops to go for the long, but here there is no bottom as of now, unfortunately. Next step is to automate your strategy. I know, but I'm prioritizing creating my risk capital first because I need to take care of myself first. I need more risk capital so that I can spend that in the automation or have a team, hire a few people, do whatever I need to do to take this to the next level. But once design something, perfect the execution of it, and there were many nuances, right? I told you, right? Like in our masters, guys, some of the nuances, if you want to know about masters, here side by side masters level, both provide significant trade. Sometimes I give masters level side by side. It doesn't mean that this is important or that is important. You'll get some significant move on both the levels. Other nuances, masters level, they always act as a launchpad for the big move. Here in this case, today's short was brought to you by master. It acted as a launchpad. Just do control I, guys, or alt I. Look at that. This is reversal. It's the inverse of the chart. Look at here. If you could not see that short, I could see that short. Look at this pattern. Masters level act as a launchpad for the big moves. I just inverted the long, right? Long into a short. Just do alt I. This long chart becomes a short chart. So this is our short trade, right from the masters into the next big masters level. Why? Because this could still, if we are starting to close candle above, we could still even launch higher from here. If this can launch higher, why can't this launch higher? There you go, new low printed. Double top at masters level can never be ignored. Double bottoms at the masters level can never be ignored. But today is not that kind of a day to go for the double bottom. As I told you, right? Today's market condition is very different. We are driven with fears of yields rising just like those Fridays, because now Nvidia is done. Nvidia is out, down 3% now. All kind of concerns are going to resurface. Nvidia down 3%, this, that, all the yields discussion and everything will be on the table now. Oil also rising up 3.3%. Yes, we have still, that's the reason why I'm out here, advisor. Like in this 2, 3, 4 years when I'm trading live, sharing everything, explaining things, I also get time to document those scenarios, right? What did I do wrong this time? Why did I fail? What could I have done differently? Like here, right? Clearly this is not the time to go for that double bottom. This is different, guys. This is like a major sell off right now we are in. So guys, yeah, it's already 3 p.m. guys. I don't know if you realized we are also running out of time. So anything is possible here into this end of the day. Yes, there could be a reversal. There could be more sell-off. Any bounce here is more of a small dead cat bounce as of now. ES has a level, that's why we could bounce little bit. But guys, this is like dangerous. This is very dangerous zone right now. Hit the like button guys if you are enjoying the show. Again, you can see, right, any disagreements or any bad whatever, like my attitude or something, is still related to trading, is still related to analysis, which is fair guys. As I said, right, we are not in a charity business here. We are not in a feel good business or feel good session. We do that. Come on a nice green day, slow afternoon, we do some feel good session where we chat, comment, talk just to make you feel good, right? We empathize, we sympathize. On a risk kind of a day where there is a shit hitting the fan and there's a lot of manipulation going on, there is no empathy, sympathy, or feel good session going on here. We mean business here. No, you should not be this harsh. No, you are. This is war. This is war. This is not trading. On a day like today, when there's a risk on the table, there's no half measures, guys. There's no, as I mentioned, right? There's no concession. Even if you're a member, no. It moves fast, guys. The problem is it moves very rapid. It gives zero chance to blink your eyes, and it takes out longs and shorts in matter of minutes. So top of the hour approaching, so be careful. There could be a reversal for top of the hour. 4 minutes to go. If you are short, if you are long, trail your stop loss, trail your take profits. If you go long, it has to be with a small size, like here, 1 micro. So one good thing is take profit trader has extended their deal 50% off for one more week, guys. One more week they have extended the flash sale. So that is one great news. Take advantage of it. No activation fees, 50% off, and zero activation fees. And Lucid also went for 50% off. They generally don't do 50% off, but they are doing 50% off, only 2 per trader. After that it will go to 40% off. Guys, great deals for today. If you want to take advantage, code RDGD works for both. You can see, right, sell off day. If someone is interested in me seeing, losing side of me, look here. This is the only difference, guys. You will still lose after 2, 3, 4 years. You cannot avoid losses in the market, but because of your experience, because of your knowledge, because of your skills, you might be able to reduce damage. Out of 15-20 account, I could lose 1 or 2 accounts. If I'm in drawdown, I will have at least a good shot at turning those red into green because of the skills, strategy, and the levels, patience level, sizing, knowledge, and understanding of the markets, and especially not getting affected by what people say on the X or internet or any YouTube live streams, including me. If it is your strategy to short, you should be short. You should not take the reversal which I take. If your strategy was, VWAP coming, it is breaking, it is making higher high, it is just a bull flag, bro, I always ignore such comments. It might be a bull flag for you, bro, but for me it is a big reversal and we are coming and making a new low, bro. So that is the bro code between us. Okay, do you do whatever you want, but you please let me do what I want. Don't chirp in my ears, especially when it is a very volatile session. Give some independence so that I can execute, I can express myself in the market the way I want. And especially, right, I have a plan. I'm not doing any single trade without a level or without a plan in mind.
Target filled.
Like that.
As he has been asked by the Emir of Qatar and the Saudi Crown Prince to hold off on attacks against Iran, which were scheduled for tomorrow. We're seeing some strength in the S&P 500, weakness in the dollar, weakness in oil as well. As again, Trump says he has been asked by Middle Eastern leaders to hold off on attacks against Iran, which were scheduled for tomorrow.
Bullshit.
He says in this post that a deal will be made, which will be acceptable to the US as well as the countries in the Middle East and beyond, and that this deal will include no nuclear weapons for Iran.
Bullshit. Manipulation. Pure manipulation. Somebody in the administration know this, leaked the news. Who went, man? Like, they are waiting 30 days without an attack.
Trump
Who
in this
goes and
post says
seeks?
serious negotiations on Iran are taking place.
Nobody went and saw whether it was scheduled an attack for tomorrow or not. Bullshit. It's all oil. Fucking.
So again, just to reiterate there, we have a post from Trump on Truth
How about
Social,
Masters
who
level
says
double
he has
bottom?
been asked by Qatar to hold off an Iran attack which was scheduled for tomorrow.
So how about this thing? Double bottom at Masters level can never be ignored. I guess somebody decided not to ignore double bottom at Masters level. Double bottom at Masters level can never be ignored. Somebody just took it to the seriously my teaching and leaked the news. Iran was going to attack tomorrow, but we are going to postpone the attack. First, we have a long to make money. Then we will think about it. Oh no, that was not a legitimate news. So guys, anyway guys, I don't know guys, there's so much of frustration, man. Just explaining same thing again and again. Here's the link one more time and I'm done, guys. Done. Yeah, there's the link. Click on that link. As I mentioned, right? Click on watch that video. It explains everything what we got, whether member, experts, masters. Click on the respective link to become member. Watch that video. It goes in very much detail. Once you are a member, come to the home page, watch all the educational videos. You'll be fully trained in what we do. It will bring you up to speed what we have done as a community here. Build this strategy for last 3 years, which works absolutely fine. Not only checks the lagging indicator or the backward looking data, but also looks forward into the options market to bring you expected range of movement on the weekly, daily basis. Masters, you know the magic, guys. You know why somebody becomes masters, never lose masters. It is for this reason. It is for this kind of a trade. It is for this kind of a magic. Look at this morning short and the morning, this bottom here. And don't you think like, it is just this high or that high. No, these levels are there for a couple of days now. They have been there for many days now. So you cannot predict those London high, this low, or previous session low on this. No, we know these numbers from days and days now. At least last week we knew all these numbers. So yeah, once you become member, you go through all those educational videos. Every evening I update the level under the post tab. You get latest and greatest level. You get my latest and greatest chart, how my charts will be looking, what I will be trading. Yeah. And if you become new paradigm member, every morning at 9 a.m. Pre-market show until 9:30 till 11, you trade the open with me, and after 11 I am accessible here on the live stream. For any questions or any throughout the day, not only just the open. Yeah, that was a total nonsense news. Like Iran was going to be attacked and they postponed the attack. So why the fuck you have to tell it? Like you don't disclose the classified information just like that. Bogus bullshit news. But they had people aligned on the shots. They timed it with top of the hour. They know many people are heavily involved in the short, especially seeing this new low. People are looking for the huge sell-off. There are a bunch of stop losses to run through. You drop this shitty news.
Oil
like
pairs
they were-
gains in post-settlement trade with WTI trading near $107 a barrel.
I thought, guys, emerging markets or second world, third world countries are worse, and their stock market are worse, where there's huge manipulation, where there is no audit, where there is no overarching what you say, a governance or a kind of a regulatory organization which watches and takes action in a strict manner. Second world, third world countries, developing countries, it is understood. There they don't have good systems, software tracking, and bribery. The bureaucracy is bad. People are linked with the government. But somehow I had different opinion about US. Right? Very structured, very organized, very bipartisan. Right? Two sides. There's always some check on each other. There is no free run for anyone. There is no manipulation. There is no insider trading. Yeah. 3 years in the market. How wrong I was. Equally worse. You guys, US equally worse. Like, maybe Argentina, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or, South America. Yeah, same category. Just, little bit of, what you say, polished. Do you agree? Or no, you are like disrespecting our stock market. Anyone who has great attachment with your stock market, that they are not manipulated at all, please raise your hand. We would like to enlighten you more with exact level, exact timing of the move, exact timing of the news, and the quality of the news. And people say, yes, exactly. The NPL level, Tom, I just gave the example, right? This morning, like I told this example to my members in the morning. I don't know if you're there. Like, it's like you're juggling, right? You're juggling with, let's say, you're doing that hula loop, right? You 2 rings, yeah, you do well. You're a well-trained magician or whatever. What if you do it with 10? So same thing, right? It's the more level of expertise, same logic which I use in masters. It's just that why the masters level it reacts very fast and very quick. This one we have been there a couple of times, and this was the reason this was built, but it is still needed to break down your trade. You cannot take one single trade and hold all the way till lows and highs, right? You still need to break down your trade. Like here I showed you, right? Guys, do you even put this on your chart, right? I showed you, right? Masters level, you had a top, you had a bottom for masters, right? But how do you trade here? You have to break down this trade into smaller pieces, right? This is how you break down. You have level, each stage, break, retest, rejection, break, retest, rejection, break, retest, rejection, bounce, hold. So you still need to break down this trade. You cannot have, it's like log of wood, right? You cannot carry for your fire work at home, right? Right? You need to break that log of wood into small pieces, right? Cut it into small pieces and then carry it. So it is same thing, same concept. It's just that it feels very punchy, but they are far apart. You need to still close the gap. You cannot hold a short or you cannot hold a long here with a stop loss here. So if you are going long here, you will still need levels, which new paradigm will help you, and it will be equally punchy, but its effect will be less because they are like little bit older data flow, older order flow. Nobody, if you have a position stuck for a day, yeah, you get it. Next time it comes, you'll get a reaction of that level. People will try to exit if they were stuck in a long. If people were short, they will try to take profit if that low gets broken or whatever. But if it is from couple of days or couple of weeks, people don't hold position, right? They get liquidated. That's why they will be less punchy, but it doesn't mean they have significance, no significance. They will still be needed along those punchy level to break down your trade, to break down your short into, take profit, let it bounce, re-enter that short. Else, how would you take that short? You cannot stay short and have this much in the money and give back all the profit and risk of getting, a negative trade. Even if you are short, you still need to take profit, let it retest, reject, and that's how you win and break down that trade into smaller pieces. So back to that question, guys. Anyone having strong opinion on the US market? They are very fair. They are very, very less manipulated. RDGT. I have traded the Indian market. I have many Indian friends here. I have traded both the Indian markets and the US market. I still feel US market is like, it's like a holy book. No manipulation at all. Equally manipulated. Money is money, guys. Money is money. It doesn't matter whether it is Indian rupees, Russian ruble, Chinese yuan, or US dollar. It's only that their shit is better than their shit. US dollar is still better shit than other shit. At the end, they are all shit. They are all crap, right? You can claim RDGT, our crap is still better than your third world or second world country crap. uh, it's same, guys. It's just that the intensity could be much worse if you're trading South American market, Asian markets, European markets. So we all know how good are the forex market and their spreads and what kind of manipulation their brokers and those middlemen do there because of those forex market spreads they have. Yeah, but in this Iran conflict, I have seen very heavy manipulation by this all this whatever like lobbyist. It may not be even official news from White House or from Iran. Everyone is just putting that they have a source which tell this was going to happen or this is happening, and then oh wait, no, it's not happening anymore. That was just not a legitimate source. So could we be in the multi-days sell-off phase? Yeah, we could be, guys. This price action has initiated triggers on the downside. It is going to be interesting next few sessions. I think again one worse day is going to come with Nvidia earnings on Wednesday, and there will be another heavy manipulation on Thursday morning. So be prepared to face the worst of the worst.
Tasnim reporting that Iran has spotted US-Israeli drones in Keshem Island.
Masters know the reason for this long. It's ES Masters now. ES first Masters held. This is the second Masters retest. I mean, first Masters on the Nasdaq held. Now it is ES Masters retest time. How do you like this, guys? Injecting some pace, right, from our masters. This is our masters level bounce from ES now. It is capable, guys. Masters level are capable of rallying the market. Telling you guys, every single trade is because of the level. It was ES Masters, I told you, right? ES Masters. Why would you doubt? If Nasdaq Masters worked, there's already a reversal. Why would ES reversal will not work? Hit the like button, guys, if you're enjoying the show. Four new subscribers today. Thank you. 4 new subscribers. Entire day of trading. 7 dislikes and 77 likes. I really rubbed hard, right? Today on few of those trolls. Yeah, enjoy this PNL now. Those trolls hitting 7 dislikes. You might even recover complete loss by the end of the day. It could be one of the most greenest day you may have seen in last 10 days here on the live stream. No mercy, guys, no mercy. Yeah, enough being, victimized. We are not going to be victim anymore here. That come on a volatile day, try to preach your theories here, not going to fly. No stuff. Once in a while, yes, markets are volatile, difficult to time it, especially when they are moving volatilely. Yeah, anyone can get 1 or 2 trades wrong. It doesn't give you any right to start preaching me what to do. So this is a launch from masters level. Remember, guys, this trade we took was because of the ES masters. ES masters still deserved its fair share of, what you say, like, launch pad thing. It is doing. It is headed into the next level. Nasdaq, our next level is 132. Not sure about Nasdaq yet, but ES clearly seems to be locked for its next level. Staying long until that time, at least. And ES was never a problem, guys, today. It was more about Nasdaq. ES was doing just fine. Let's take one out for the 29,000 level. So ES could reject here, guys. So trail tight, but oop 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 oop. Very quickly went into the next level. ES. How do you like this big winner, guys? It's ES Masters. Thank ES Masters, not me. This thank to Nasdaq Masters, not me. This Thanks to Nasdaq's Masters double bottom, not me. This one is ES Masters, not me. You have levels with you guys. Mhm. 83 likes, guys. 162 people watching. We can't even get to 100 likes.
Keep in mind, Fed Scoresby is speaking on Fox Business now. Fed Scoresby says we've got too high inflation. Fed Scoresby says the job market is stable. Fed Scoresby says if you cut rates too much, you ignite inflation more. One minute now until we get the market on close imbalance. Ten seconds.
Stop filled.
Market on close imbalance, S&P 500, sell side 490 million, Nasdaq 100, sell side 524 million, Dow 30, buy side 75 million, Mag 7, sell side 69 million. So White House spokesperson Kelly says Trump has all options at disposal at all times. This is with regards to US forces and Iran. So keep in mind, in 5 minutes time now, for the hour, we get the US overall net capital flows, prior read of 184.5 billion, as well as the US tick long-term transactions, prior read 58.6 billion.
Stub filled.
I have $1.50 loss. Will I be forgiven for taking that loss today? One day, guys, one day. Nope. Not leaving single cents on this table. I said, right, there's no mercy. At least there's no mercy from my end, and I don't seek any mercy from your end. Going for the midpoint, guys. Going for the ES weekly midpoint.
Stub filled.
Anyway, cleared all the losses. I hope it happens. Weekly midpoint. Completely recovered all the losses, all finishing all accounts strong green. I did not eat lunch for this. Let's give one more shot. Why not? Don't be shy.
One minute remaining for the data. I'll lead with the US overall net capital flows. Ten seconds.
Make it happen, guys.
Tick long-term transactions at 81.3 billion, 81.3 billion. Per hour was revised up to, or down, sorry, to 57 billion from 56.8. Still waiting on the net capital flows number.
Alright guys, finishing strong. As I mentioned, one more push still left in this market. Hope we get that and call it a day. Not leaving even a single cent on the table. As long as I was alive, whatever was the high on the live stream, I took that. This is our forte, guys. Long side. If we leave money on the table for the long side, alright guys, thank you so much. Have a nice evening. Take care. Bye bye. Hey, it's still not stopping me out. Issues holding it until it hits the profit or take whatever stop loss.
Overall net capital flows 150.7 billion.
You know it's going to happen, right? The midpoint is going to happen. You know it now or into after hours. Yes, midpoint is coming.
Stop filled.
Alright guys, see you back tomorrow. Hope you enjoyed the show. Make sure you hit the like button on your way
And
out.
the report
Appreciate your
notes
support.
UK-US Treasury
Bye-bye.
holdings at $927 billion, which is up from $897 billion in February. China's US Treasury holdings $652 billion, which is down from $693 billion in February. Japan's US Treasury holdings at $1.192 trillion in March from $1.239 trillion in February.